Okay, I am back. Hello, welcome. Oh, so I need to post a message. Which I forgot about. I was watching something, you know. Solo campaigner. Okay, yeah, there was a lot of talking to do. They need to talk to everyone first.
Ah, I was hoping you'd come by. That was quite the surprise visit, wasn't it? The Harbinger couldn't have picked a better time for his attack.
I guess you could say that. How's your injury? That blast from the barrier looked quite painful.
The blast? Oh yeah, sure. I'm as good as new. One of the perks of being a light mage. Tahar, I'm sorry. For everything.
What do you mean?
Well, what you discovered in that dungeon. I didn't see that coming, honestly. I mean, I'd always felt you were different, but an experiment of your father? I would have never guessed. And now that bastard Lacane took your mother. It's just... one tragedy follows another. Now I feel almost ridiculous thinking about my supposed problems.
Aww. Does this game really doesn't have any romance? I wish I could just be gay with Iria, you know? She was the first person I met in this game, and I feel most impartial to her. Even when she's a bit angry at me or misunderstands what I mean, I don't get the feeling that we are ever on the bad terms. We can still save her.
We can still save her.
Yeah, I know. And we will. Blazes. How crazy does that all sound? A half-shaper whose mother's spirit has been stolen by a religious fanatic. If all this weren't actually happening, I'd think I'd be watching a bad play. Though you'd definitely be the tragic hero in this, and I don't envy you.
I need to check if there are any fanfics of this game, to be honest. Because it feels like such a lost opportunity to not write a long fanfiction about your love story with Iria. Okay. I am fine. A bit of normality would be nice for a change. Problems are always subjective. Meow.
Problems are always subjective.
I guess they are. Tell me, Tahar, if you had had the choice, would you have wanted to know? About your mother and how you were born?
What about you? Would you want to know who your mother is?
Well, what about you? Your father also never told you who your mother was. Would you want to find out?
Good question. On the one hand, yes, I think I would. But then again, I never made any serious efforts to find out. I guess in the end it wouldn't have really mattered. She is dead, I know that much. And whether she was a priestess of the White Tree or a slum dweller, it wouldn't have changed the fact that she wasn't there when I grew up. But you're a different story. Your mother is still alive. And she's a shaper. I mean, doesn't that change everything? Would you really have wanted to know?
It's always better to know the truth. It doesn't matter. Probably not.
Yes. It's always better to know the truth.
Is it? Sometimes I wonder if the truth doesn't just make it all worse. Anyway, shaper or not, it's good to have you back. Honestly, there were times when I was worried you wouldn't ever wake up again.
I'm touched. It's good to be back.
I'm touched.
You better be. Anyway, in case you were wondering, I'm not planning to leave now. If you need my help, I'll be here.
That one just sounds as if I was telling her to go away. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Iria. I really appreciate it.
Great. And now that we've got that out of the way, you should get some more sleep. You still look like a walking corpse. Don't make a habit out of it. I'll talk to you later.
She still has an exclamation mark above that.
Now
Corporal? Need anything?
Why did you leave Pinonmere?
you never told me why you fled Finn and Mir.
Fair enough. You've given me little reason to distrust you, so... Oh well. Let's just get this over with. I already told you about my father. How to him I had always been more of an asset. Well, after my father died, I decided to become a novice.
A novice?
Someone aspiring to be a priest of Ellen. I don't know why I did it. It was something my father had always considered a backup plan if an arranged marriage wouldn't work out. Part of it was probably because obeying my father was all I knew at that time.
What does a priest of Ellen do?
What does life as a priest of Ellen look like?
Boring. Though not as boring as a Northander monk's life. You are free to have family and to indulge in the earthly pleasures.
Oh.
Still, your life is devoted to worship. And for a priest of Ellen, that means healing the sick and preserving Ellen's greatest gift, nature.
Was it difficult to receive the novitiate?
Was it difficult to receive the novitiate?
Not for me. First of all, I was a good candidate. I was still very young, not even in my 30s. And I already knew a great deal about magic and healing. Secondly, I was, after all, pure blood. That helped as well.
But something happened.
But something happened.
Yes. In my first year, I fell in love. That crazy, hot-blooded, head-over-the-heels kind of love that the bards all sing about. The boy felt the same way, and for the next year, it was, well, it was perfect. It was the two of us against the world. Maybe you know that feeling.
What was his name?
What was his name?
Doesn't matter.
And the priest didn't mind?
And the priests didn't mind?
Priestesses. Only women are allowed to teach. And no, they didn't. Elves consider love to be a blessing of Ellen. Forbidding it would be near absurd. I have no clue where your monks got that idea from. Though, of course, that boy and I tried to, restrain ourselves when the situation demanded it.
I guess your romance didn't end well.
And I guess your romance didn't end well.
You guess right. But it was more than that. You know, I told you how I always felt estranged around other people. I knew how to put on a smile, how to make myself fit in, but it was always fake. Shallow. With him, it was different. Dramatic as it may sound, I thought I had finally found someone who understood me. Then there was the novitiate. Despite all the time I sunk into doing the crazy things lovers often do, I never failed as a student. Or, no, let's put it another way. I was the best, in every aspect.
Which didn't sit well with some people.
No. And eventually, they made sure I felt it. They excluded me from everything, stared at me when I walked by. It hurt, yes, but I convinced myself it didn't. I've always been good at that.
But what happened?
My lover's friends started manipulating him. Telling him that I only saw him as my pet, that he was a failure, and that I only kept him around to feel good about myself.
He should have been above that. That's toxic.
That's toxic.
It was. And their seeds met fertile ground. You see, we novices all knew that only 4 out of 20 will be granted priesthood at the end of our training. And being a failed novice leaves you with a mark you'll keep for the rest of your life. It all looked peaceful on the surface, but beneath that it was an arena. And these other novices, they made sure my friend became aware of that fact. To him, I started being a rival as well. And do you want to know the biggest joke of it all? I didn't see it. The idea that, I don't know, that he would listen to them. That he would ever reach a point where he'd put what we had below his hurt pride and his fears. It never crossed my mind.
So, what happened?
Well, he knew I was curious by nature, so one night when we were in bed together, he suddenly asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure. Of course I said yes. So we snuck out into the cloister's courtyard. It was beautiful. The night was cloudless, and the old oak, our cloister shrine, had just begun to bloom. We made our way to the library building, but of course the door was locked. Out of nowhere, he pulled a key, grinning at me, and opened it. It was insane. As you can imagine, priests aren't known for being lenient towards these kinds of trespassings. We were risking our novitiate, and I didn't even know the reason, but I liked it. And we were doing it together, weren't we? It was exciting. He took my hand and we went to the High Priestess's office. We opened the door and went inside, and there he finally told me what we were here for. To open the grimoire, the High Priestess's spellbook.
Whatever that is, it sounds like that was a terribly bad idea.
It was. It was a stupid idea. And if I hadn't been so blind, so bloody naive, I should have seen it by then. But I didn't.
What did he ask you to do?
To open it and try to read one of the spells. He teased me. Told me that I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, saying it like that. It sounds so bloody stupid, doesn't it? But again, I was too blind. I laughed. I wanted to impress him, so I gave him a kiss. Opened the page and started saying the words. Long story short, I lost control. The spell was too much for me to handle and it misfired. One moment I was staring at the pages, the next one, the library was aflame and my lover was gone.
Did the fire spread? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was the one too stupid to see it coming.
How far did that fire spread?
Not far. It was put out before it could do real damage. But, of course, that was the end of novitiate. I was thrown into the cell of shame and sentenced to 12 years of polishing prayer banks and cleaning floors in the shrine.
12 years of polishing? That's harsh. Did you try to tell them that all this has been a setup?
Did you try to tell the priestesses the whole story?
No, I just sat there and smiled. Of course I did. But my love had all his friends to back him up. To them, it wasn't even a trial. It was a feast.
Did he regret it?
Your lover. Did he regret it?
I think so. The only bloody gratification I ever got from this. But even if he would have confessed and begged me to take him back, I couldn't have. All that connection, that trust, it was gone. Worse, it was tainted.
So you ran for it.
But you never polished those prayer banks. Am I right?
No. In the night after the trial, they still let me sleep in my chamber. Thoughtlessness, I suppose, or maybe they simply didn't care. I got my things, left, and never came back. So, here it is, the whole truth. No dark secrets, no assassinations, no necromantic rituals. Just a plain old broken heart. Compared with all that shit you had to go through, it almost sounds ludicrous.
Aww. Being betrayed by someone you trust hits the hardest. Maybe running wouldn't have been the only option. Say nothing.
It doesn't. Being betrayed by someone you trust often hits the hardest.
Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't get it. How could he give all that up? I mean, there was something between us, you know? Something rare, something precious. But no, he threw it all away for his fucking vanity. But in a way, it's just a continuation of what I've always known. Wherever I am, I'm a stranger. People don't like me, and I don't like them.
For what it's worth, I'm glad our paths crossed.
Yeah, me too, Corporal. Me too. I'd like some space now. I hope you don't mind. Let's talk later.
Ooh. I unlocked a new skill for Area. Area, baby. Affinity. Become revived when you die. Can only be triggered once every 120 seconds. Now you traitor! You knew about the marm and you said nothing.
Tahar, what is it?
You knew about my mother, didn't you?
You knew about my mother, didn't you? That's what you hinted at back in the forge before we set out to the Eye.
Well, the answer is yes and no. I had suspicions, let us call it that. But they weren't enough to go on, and I had no idea your mother was connected to the blood burn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why didn't you tell me?
Did I believe you might be the result of your father's experiments? That you're the offspring of some long-dead, forgotten race. Tell me, Tahar, what for? I mean, at best, you wouldn't have believed me. And at worst, it would have cost you your sanity. So no, I don't think I should have told you. I didn't know if these suspicions had any substance at all. And I would have been at great risk, especially back then when you were still part of the rebellion.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Where did these suspicions come from?
Where did these suspicions come from? Did my father tell you?
No. And he never found out that I knew. Your father... I don't need to tell you how meticulous he was, do I? That's why he always kept notes of his experiments and studies. I found one, a notebook. The story's actually quite simple. Your father had gone out to meet with Aeolot Iskander, and had tasked me with cleaning up his laboratory.
Really? He never let me into his laboratory.
I know. And he wasn't exactly trustworthy towards me, neither. But you know Asamo. His mood was never what you'd call stable. One day, he'd think the entire rebellion had schemed against him. The next day, he told us that we'd change the world. It was part of his charisma, I guess. Sometimes I think the reason why the Mage Rebellion became so big was less of Asamo's magical powers, rather than his ability to create emotions in his followers. But we digress. So I had found this small booklet on his table. It didn't look important in any way, yet I was immediately curious. I opened it and started reading.
What was in there?
His experiments in the eye. The ancient woman, as he called her. Your creation, these waxwork figures which he tried to infuse with life. It was disturbing. And at the same time, fascinating, as you can imagine.
How did my mother conceive me?
That book. Did it say anything about how this ritual worked? Andra said something about how the Shapers conceive differently.
I don't think it can be compared to how two humans reproduce, if that's what you're thinking. But as for the details, I don't know. As I said, I barely had 1 hour. And I only got to the chapter about you in the very end.
Do you still have that book?
Do you still have that book?
No, of course not. I couldn't even read through all of it, else your father would have noticed that I had done nothing of what he had tasked me with. And I have no idea where it is now.
I figured. So, why did he, well, create me? My mother said it was to gain access to the Archfire.
Yes, I think that was the main reason. Though I couldn't help but notice a certain, I don't know, warmth in his words when he described his plans.
Now that changes everything. It just sounds so bizarre. What's there?
It just all sounds so bizarre.
Yes, it does. Still, I don't think you were just a tool to him. You weren't. Tell me, Tahar, knowing all that, how does it make you feel?
Marvelous? How do you think I feel? It doesn't matter. Well, it tells me that my choice to betray him was the right one.
Well, it tells me that my choice to betray him was the right one. I was never sure if Osama was really the madman people thought he was, but now I do.
Yes, I guess you do. Either way, I think we both need some time to think. As I said, Tahar, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you earlier, but I simply didn't know what to do.
I simply didn't know what to do. Do you want a smack in the face? Just a little one. Just a little smacky smack.
Will do.
Okay, now
Tahar,
you.
it is good to see that you have recovered. This place and these people lacked guidance without you.
They did?
Yes, the Lord Marshal tried to assume control, but as you might have expected, he did not have everybody's support. I was even fearing an internal power struggle, and I'm glad it did not come to that. I must say, Tahar, your mother, she is remarkable. I have always wondered what the Shapers look like, and now I do. It is fascinating, though I suppose this is a difficult topic for you. Forgive me if my words were inappropriate.
We need to save her.
All that matters is that we save her. We need to stop Locane and get my mother's spirit back into her body.
Yes, this is our objective. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No.
Yes? What is it?
What exactly was your relationship with Lena?
So, Undergast, when you told me about your split with Lena, I got the feeling that you were more than just colleagues.
You are asking if we were in love. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Then let me start by telling you that the term love is undefined and that theories about it conflict one another. I have read a lot of books on it, and I've studied the poems, and I've come to the conclusion that it is ultimately a primitive, carnal urge that people have come to romanticize for the emotions that come with it. I, myself, never felt it, and maybe that was because I saw the underlying mechanisms. I always found it strange how people overreact so strongly to such a simple emotion, and maybe that very fact stopped me from being able to feel these emotions at all.
I have a feeling that he is autistic, but in a very, very, very stereotypical way. What are the underlying mechanisms?
Well, what are the underlying mechanisms?
The desire to reproduce with a fitting mate. In fact, the orcs have a very dry, rational view on this process, but for some reason humans, dwarves, and elves do not.
Love is more than that.
Love is more than just that.
Well, most people would agree with you, and I'm certain that in your subjective experience it is.
He really thinks love is just for reproduction? That's so stupid. Especially from my professional asexual point of view. Romance and sex often go together, but are not the same. That's why asexual people have split attraction model, because sexual attraction and romantic attraction split for us, when for most other people they usually go in tandem in the same direction, like for the same gender person, whatever. But for asexual people, one is absent or very, very, very not strong, while the other still exists. And the same is for aromantic people, just in reverse. That they have sexual attraction, but the romantic attraction just doesn't exist. Or is very, very, very weak. So him equating love as some kind of natural process of reproduction is really stupid from my perspective, and I would say even maybe a bit Freudian, to be honest. Which, fuck Freud. There is only one theory that Freud was not wrong about, and that is ego, id and superego. Everything else I would throw out, you know. Meow. And yet you fell in love with Lena.
So, what you're saying is that you were never able to feel love. But then Lena came along and you did?
No, it was not that simple. What stood out in our relationship was that we connected. I've never felt that before. You see, Tahar, to me, the bonds people have always felt peculiar. And I am not like Iana. Her mind simply does not have the ability to feel these bonds anymore. She had them once, but then she lost them, as she became a dreamweaver. My brain is capable of feeling these things, but I am unable to connect with the outside world. I only have my own mind as a frame of reference. For example, when a person tells you yes, whereas he or she means no, you might be able to feel this discrepancy because you are able to empathize with her. I can't. To me, this person's distress would make no sense whatsoever. But then there was Lena. For some bizarre reason, she understood me and I understood her. Or at least, I thought that I did. It was as if this barrier, this shell that separates my mind from others, was pervious to her emotions. I know how strange it sounds, and I also have no explanation for why this was, yet it changed me. All at once, I felt connected. Do you know this feeling, Tahar? You have traveled with these people for quite some time now. Is there anyone you are, well, fond of?
Is he trying to ask if I am in love with someone? Also, what he tells me about is one very stereotypical view of autism, that he doesn't have empathy, so he can't understand other people's emotions. But then he means a person that he can connect to, and I am sitting here and being like, you met a person who was neurodivergent like you, idiot! That's why you connected, because you were using the same way of communication. Every other person is just bizarre because they're stupid. I don't believe in ASP supremacy, okay? The Asperger and the autistic supremacy, I don't believe in anything of this bullshit. So when I say stupid, I don't mean that people who aren't autistic are lesser or wrong or something. I mean that their way of communication is gibberish to me. Because I don't understand why they can't just say something outright and they hide it instead of saying it. Even though I sometimes do the same, I don't do it as often as other people do. Other people often communicate in a way that they say one thing, but they expect you to read between the lines and understand that they mean something else. And to me, that way of communication creates issues, because they expect other people to literally read their minds. And I am not a mind reader. So to me, that way of communication is not optimal, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It works between people who are not autistic, apparently, because they can understand each other. But it doesn't work between us, autistic people, and them, because our ways of communications are set on different principles. We as autistic people value honesty and directness. We need people to tell us exactly how they feel and what they think without expecting us to read their minds, because that's too confusing for us. We can't read their minds because from some minute changes in their expressions, their eyes, and something, you can define like so many different things that we get confused because we think, well, maybe they mean this, or maybe they meant this, or maybe they meant this, or this, or this. We have several options and we don't know which one is right. That's why we expect others to tell us properly and directly what the fuck they mean. Because otherwise we can't communicate properly with them. And that's what autistic people do between each other. That's why we understand each other implicitly, and we understand our emotions implicitly, because we can relate and emphasize with each other, because our brains work in similar ways. This is exactly what this guy experienced. But it was just one person, and he thinks like he's the only one in the world, and she was the only one in the world that he could connect to. I'm sorry, you live in a fantasy setting that doesn't understand what autism is. I would bring you more friends that are autistic, but I need to know where they are.
Well, yes, there is.
I see. Then you probably know how distracting such a feeling can be. To be honest, when I first became aware of that bond between Lena and me, I was horrified. I could not focus anymore. When I sat down to write my studies, I realized after hours that none of what I had written made sense at all.
Your inability to relate to others, is it innate? Yes, because his brain works differently.
Your inability to relate to others, is it innate?
Yes. If it were not, I might have considered my sudden connection to Lena as a symbol of overcoming. But it was not. Even though I felt connected to Lena, I was still unable to feel the same way towards others. This is what deeply confused me.
What did Lena make of your feelings?
What did Lena make of all that?
Nothing. Unlike me, she did not try to analyze, to understand its origin. At the same time, she did not discourage me from pondering. I believe this is what made our relationship unique. Complete acceptance. She did not try to tell me how I should behave or feel, and neither did I. Even when she decided to leave the guild and I decided to stay behind, we both accepted each other's decisions.
Well, that's actually a sign of healthy relationship. Couldn't they just stay in contact though, like long distance relationship or something? And I am guessing your relationship ended with your disagreement.
Am I right to assume that your relationship ended with your disagreement over the Creators Guild abandoning its neutrality?
No, you misunderstand. We never had a relationship. Although the feelings were mutual and we, acted on them, we never felt the need to bind ourselves to some close-minded societal construct. But yes, you are correct. It was the disagreement that broke our bond. Quietly, she left and never returned again.
Yeah, I forgot that they disagreed over how guilds should approach politics. Do you feel betrayed?
Do you feel, I don't know, betrayed?
Betrayed? No. By betrayal, people usually mean when someone behaves contrary to what they agreed on, or more often than not, as they would like that person to behave. I always found the word to be very misleading. Desires, wishes, and urges are natural things, and I always found the usage of such heavily judgmental words to be very childish. Lena did what she thought was right, and so did I. I have not and will never blame her for that.
So you did not even argue?
What? So you didn't even argue? I have a hard time imagining that.
As I said, acceptance of one another's nature and decisions was a pivotal element in our interactions, though I did notice that my unwillingness to follow her on her mission caused her more emotional distress than she usually would have felt. You see, if there ever was disharmony between us, it was when she tried to encourage me to embrace the world, as she put it. She told me that both I as a person and my studies would benefit from more first-hand experience.
Such as?
Well, anything. Traveling, studying the Tsarlanthep ruins first-handed, even visiting the city of Everlight every once in a while. She seemed to think that it could help me get a better understanding of the world. But again, she never tried to force me. I could tell that my unwillingness upset her, but, like always, she showed acceptance.
How do you feel about this now?
How do you feel about this?
That is a good question. I still think about her, almost every day. But the more time passes, the more this entire episode starts to feel like a vague, distant dream, the way an elder must feel about youth. I do not know how I would feel if I ever saw her again.
I can imagine. Well, thank you for your trusting me with this, Undergast.
You have nothing to thank me for. If this conversation helped you get a better picture of me, I'm glad we had it. But there is one more thing I would like to ask you, Tahar.
Tell me.
Do you have regrets? Do you ever feel as if you could and should have acted differently than you did act?
Everybody has regrets. Yes, I've lost count now.
Everybody has regrets.
That seems like a deliberately vague answer. It could indicate that you do have regrets, but it could also indicate that you do not have them. But I understand. If you do not want to share this with me, you do not have to. You see, I've never told you this, but I find your resilience to be remarkable.
How so?
Well, it is no secret that you have endured a lot of pain, especially your early childhood must have made a mark on your psyche. But still, you did not give up.
I'm doing what I can. It wasn't always easy.
Well, I'm doing what I can.
I can see that. Either way, I think we have spent enough time talking. We should get back to the tasks at hand.
We should. So long, Undergast.
It looks like our conversation didn't make us better friends. I didn't unlock anything. Talk with Angar. Where's Angar? Ah, Angar like him. Here. Wait. Okay. Okay. Do you regret helping the Purity?
Tell me, Angar. Do you regret helping the Purity, now that you've seen their true face?
That's a hard question to answer, and you know it. On the one hand, yes, I underestimated them. On the other hand, back then, it was the only logical thing to do.
Logical.
Yes, after all your father did in the Mage War, the people were angry, desperate, broken. The Purity channeled and still channels these emotions. It may sound cynical to say that now, but if it hadn't been for the Purity of Light, something far worse might have happened.
Worse than a genocide? I see your point. That's a cold way to see it.
Worse than a mage genocide? You let the Purity murder hundreds of mages.
Most of them were war criminals anyway. They would have been sentenced to death no matter what. But that is not to say that my decision to give the Purity of Light that much power came easy. I'm not free of self-doubt and empathy to her, even though it may seem that way to you.
However, I will not lie.
Mages are a problem, and something needs to be done about them. If we don't, it is only a matter of time until a second Isamo Taha will appear and once again plunge the world into chaos.
We need a group that represents mages.
We need a group that represents mages. Then treaties could be made.
That is an interesting idea. But before we can decide on any course of action, we need to deal with the current threat first. But to return to your question, all I did was take every factor into consideration and decide accordingly. You did the same, more than once. I've heard of the trail of destruction you've left behind on your journey. Many people died under your command.
We tried to help wherever we could.
We tried to help wherever we could.
I believe you. But have no doubt that there are many who don't. What I'm trying to say is, there might have been a better way to handle things, but I did not see it. I did what I could, and even though it turned out to be a mistake, I have no regrets.
About Leonon.
I wanted to talk about Leonon.
I had a feeling you would. Look, back at Greykeep, the situation seemed crystal clear. You killed 3 of your brethren, and General Noria openly spoke out against you. Similar to my policy regarding the purity of light, I can now see that I was wrong. But again, all I did was to take all factors into consideration and decide accordingly. It was all I could do.
You could have used common sense. I understand. The situation in Leonon was weird.
You also could have used common sense. I risked my life to help Nortander back when I turned on my father. Why would I now suddenly start massacring Wolfguard soldiers?
You're right. I should have taken that into consideration. Either way, you've been pardoned. And more than that, now we're fighting side by side against the real scourge of the Empire. I don't hold any grudges against you. And I can only hope you feel the same.
The past is the past. I won't forgive you.
The past is the past.
It is indeed.
I'm more forgiving than he deserves. Anyway, did you ever think about what would happen if Queen Aelith died?
Did you ever think about what would happen if the Queen never wakes up from her coma?
She will wake up. The healers claim that she's already getting better.
They've claimed that ever since that dragon incapacitated her.
The Queen has Hibernian blood in her veins. And as long as her heart is still beating, I will not waste any time thinking about something that might never happen. Though, of course, that is not to say that others at the court haven't done it. Most people believe that Queen Aelith doesn't have an heir. But that's wrong. She does.
Really? Who?
A cousin. I suppose you know about the Queen's problematic ancestry. The ability to give life has always been impaired in her bloodline, which is why she does not have any brothers or sisters. However, it was rumored that her uncle, Anno Aelith, left an heir before he died. A bastard son.
It's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yes, because the Crown took measures to quiet these rumors. Suffice it to say that Queen Aelith's supposed cousin is far from an ideal candidate for the throne. But I will not go into detail on this topic. It is irrelevant. And it will stay irrelevant. Because the Queen will survive. I can feel it.
You mentioned something about
You
allies.
said that you have an idea on how we can get more allies to fight the Purity.
Yes, I do. It's someone you're already familiar with. At least, according to your friend Irian. The Iron Falcons.
You want to convince them to join our troops?
Not all of them, obviously. The Field Dog are an even greater threat than the Purity, even if most people nowadays have almost forgotten about them. What I suggest is that we strike a bargain with them. They give us a small division of their elite keepers, and we provide them with twice the amount of foot and maybe engineers to make up for it.
Engineers and infantry for a handful of knights? Is that really worth it?
It is. The Falcons aren't only excellent fighters. Their presence will also inspire our soldiers. They're living legends.
Uh-huh. It didn't seem like that when I was there.
That's not what it seemed like when I was there. Highkeeper Erenor almost lost the tomb just because she was too stubborn to cooperate with the Deathmen.
Well, given that the latter now fight for the Harbinger, her mistrust wasn't that unjustified, don't you think? But still, you make a fair point. Keeper Aranor is complicated. But if what the elf told me is true, she learned her lesson.
Alright, it's worth a try.
Alright. It's worth a try. When do we set out?
Whenever you want. Thanks to these godstones, it won't take us long to get there. So I'm not expecting this mission to cost us more than a day, 2 at most. We should probably take some troops with us, just in case the canyon is still unsafe.
Fair enough. I'll let you know when we go.
Good.
Na, 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 na.
Tahar, how are you feeling? To be honest, I thought you were dead. While you were in that coma, I was unable to read or feel any thoughts and emotions emanating from your spirit. You were like a corpse.
I'm fine. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened.
I'm still trying to make sense of what happened.
Yes, it must be confusing. There is something else I would like to talk about. Maybe you have guessed it already.
Your friend. Now you know what killed him.
Her. She was a woman, and her name was Mila. But yes, that's right. Now I do. It was your mother. The Shaper.
How do you feel? She only wanted help. You can leave, I would understand.
What do you feel?
I don't know. Ultimately, the question I asked myself is, can there be culpability if there was no ill intent? I've done many things which people might consider evil, but then again, I didn't do them out of malice, but because I needed to. Because feeding my urges is the only way for me to survive. I know the situation is slightly different from your mother's. She didn't know her song killed people. But ultimately it did. So the question is she to blame for Mila's death? And if not, who is?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter?
It doesn't matter. But I would still like to know the answer.
There's no blame. It's my father's fault.
It's my father's fault. If he hadn't trapped her, none of this would have happened.
And you wouldn't exist. Isn't that a strange thought? At least I know now what happened. That alone gives me some kind of closure.
Do you hate me or my mother?
Do you hate me now? Or my mother?
No. Hatred is an emotion I rarely feel, if ever. If anything, I feel grief that the person who was dearest to me died such a pointless death.
I see.
Will you stay?
And what now? Will you stay?
Yes, I will.
How come?
How come? You found the answer you were looking for, and the bloodburn has been stopped.
Yes, it has. But the truth is, I wouldn't know where to go. All my contacts know me as a traitor by now. I suppose I could start over in another city, or maybe even another country, but quite frankly, I don't see the point. All along the way, my life has revolved around the gratification of my urges. Until Mila came along. And even then, the emotions people usually associate with love were different for me, and her both. So why leave? Fighting on your side is as good as any other option I have right now. Also, feeding my urges is a lot easier in times of war. There was more than enough blood in the past weeks, and there will be more up ahead. I can feel it.
I'm glad I can count on you.
For what it's worth, I'm glad that I can count on you.
It's good that you feel that way. Let us talk later if there's something to talk about, Tahar. Thank you for your time. Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
You said you know where we can find more allies.
You said you know where we can find more allies.
Yes. I'll be brief. While you were asleep, an elven messenger came by. Varden Marilith, one of the Moorhere scryers from Leafshade, sent him.
Marilith? What did he want?
Only that he needed your help. They, that is, he and a couple of his followers, seem to be somewhere deep in the Leafshade jungle, near the Halayish ruins.
The Halayish shrines?
The old Hibernian city? But what do they want there? That's dangerous.
I don't know, Tahar. We will need to find out.
Do we really have the time for this?
Do we really have the time for this?
That is something you will need to decide. But if we don't help, it might cause unrest within the Moorhere, who are fighting for us.
Alright, we might we might look into this.
Alright. We might look into this.
We should. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Tahar? Corporal? Need anything?
Why did you join me?
I would still like to know why you stayed with us.
You're insistent, you know that? But to be honest, I've been thinking about that since you asked me.
Found an answer?
2 answers, actually. First one, you know already. I'm a fugitive. And if the Purity or Nortander got their hands on me again, it wouldn't have ended well for me.
I understand. What's the second answer?
Well, that one's hard to put into words. You know, there's one thing I like about you, Tahar. Despite all you've been through, you still fight. You're trying to make a difference one way or the other. So many in your position would have given up long ago, but you keep on searching, as the Harbinger said back in Greykeep. And I respect that. More so, I can relate to it.
How?
Well, there's just so much shit going on in the world, and yet so many people just don't care. They try to use the chaos to their advantage or just look away. There were and still are times when I found this hard to bear. It was also one of the reasons I spent so many years on the road. Away from the wars, the intrigues, the suffering, and all those bloody idiots. Out there, it's just different. And sometimes I wonder if the trees maybe know more about life than we ever did. They grow, they live, they die. If we'd managed to do just that instead of killing one another in the meantime, this world would be another place.
But is the world really that bad? So you're here because you want to change things?
So you're here because you want to change things. Is that what you're saying?
Change? No. I don't see how this world could or ever will be changed. But at least we do something. And, you know, there was a time when I'd forgotten that this was even an option. You reminded me of that. And that's why I'm following you. Now, please don't look at me like that. You wanted the answer, and that was my best shot at it. Now, let's get back to less serious topics, shall we?
Goodbye.
Tahar, what is it?
I'll be off. Let's see.
Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
So, about you being an assassin.
About you being an assassin. You said that you might be willing to tell me more about that at another time. How about now?
I'm still not certain. The question really is, do you want to know? It might change something.
Such as?
Such as?
Your perception of me. It is your choice.
Well, I wouldn't have asked otherwise.
Well, I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Tell me.
All right. Where should I begin? Do you remember what I told you about that man who bought me from the Greyfell Bazaar? My owner? I also told you that after an incident, he discovered my talents and made me an assassin.
I remember. But what does that have to do with your morality?
It's complicated. The incident took place at a festivity. A lot of highly influential people were there, servants of the crown.
wealthy merchants, nobles. My master knew all of Greyfell's elites. As always, at these festivities, it was my, and the other slaves' responsibility to ensure the guests' well-being. It must have been close to midnight when a man took me into his chambers. I'd learned to play along years ago, because resisting only made it worse. This time, however, was different. For some reason, that man wanted me to tell him that I loved him. I did, but he kept on telling me that I should say it like I really mean it. When I couldn't, he got angrier and started choking me. I had almost lost consciousness when I felt something break. I don't know how else to put it. It was as if my mind simply cracked open, like a crystal ball smashed against a mirror. And all of a sudden, that man and I weren't separate entities anymore.
I don't follow.
My magic, my dreamweavery, that's when it broke free. You probably don't know this, but the only way to become a dreamweaver is by shattering your mind. You are opening yourself to the thoughts and emotions of others, but you lose your own.
Wait, Dreamweavers don't feel.
Wait, Dreamweavers don't feel and think?
No, we do. But it's differently than normal people. Me. The Iana you're talking with is the result of long work and studying of human behavior. I know how to blend in, to seem like I'm just like you. But the world inside my head is an entirely different one. Again, it is almost impossible to put into words if you're not a dreamweaver yourself.
What happened to the man? Also, how could she love a man when she was a slave and she was basically given to that guy as a toy? Like, she said that her master put her and other slaves in charge of the guest's well-being. Can you really love a person whom you assigned to as a worker? I mean, maybe she could try to feel something at some point, but they never had any choice. She said it herself. She learned to play along because resisting was worse. Can you really call it love then? What happened to the man?
What happened to the man?
I killed him. It wasn't a conscious choice. Looking back, I even think that shattering my mind was my body's way of ensuring survival. I closed my eyes, reached out for the man's mind, and just crushed it. The man gasped, lost balance, and fell right off the bed. He wasn't dead yet, but unable to move. Like a puppet rid of its strings. At first I was disoriented. But then I felt it, for the first time. The urge.
To kill him.
Yes. To massacre him. Hear his screams. To see his life taken by my hand. I grabbed a lantern that was standing on a bedside table and knelt over him, and... well, you can picture the rest. To get back to your original question, that urge, it stuck with me. I think that the moment when my mind shattered and I became a dreamweaver was what unlocked it. Ever since then, I've found violence and bloodshed to be ecstatic, erotic even. And when I kill someone, like I killed that man, I feel alive. Actually, it's one of the few times I am capable of feeling anything at all.
And this is why you become an assassin?
Yes. My master introduced me into the craft. Probably because he knew that my dreamweavery had changed me. I wasn't just a slave child anymore. I was a weapon now. More than that, even. I needed what these new tasks my master sent me on provided me with. It had become a basic need of mine. Of course, I briefly considered changing my profession after my master had his accident. But I didn't. Killing is something I need. As much as a child needs the love of his mother. If I don't feed my urge, I will die. Not physically, but mentally. I just know this.
Now when I think about it, I feel that she didn't love that guy that she killed. I feel like she told herself that she loved him to repress the abuse. But she never actually told him, because her situation is not the same as when you are in love with someone but you are not ready to tell them that you love them yet. This situation sounds more like she was telling herself that she loves the guy, and when he became insistent for her to tell him that she loves him, she couldn't tell him because it was never true. And then he became violent because why not? Man. Bad man. He deserved what he got. The same. And to be honest, I wouldn't even begrudge her that urge in that moment. Like, he really deserved more than being smashed with a lantern. Definitely not what I was expecting.
Well, that was definitely not what I was expecting.
I can imagine.
Is there a way to cure you?
But is there no way to cure you? To return your mind to its original state?
No, there isn't.
That's a lot to take in.
That's a lot to take in.
I know. Now tell me, Tahar. Do you regret asking me this question? Knowing all this, do you think I'm a monster?
You are. Why do you accept it? You're not.
You're not.
Really? That's unexpected. Anyway, I would like some time for myself now. I hope you understand.
I don't think she's a monster. My main reason is that she didn't choose this power. This power just awakened inside her when she was abused by a man. And that power created an urge that she doesn't really have any control over, in a sense that she has to sometimes succumb to it because it's a matter of survival, not a matter of indulging vicious, evil urges. And she, from what I understood from our conversations, indulges in that during times of war, which is actually logical and actually kind of interesting in smart way to deal with your problem. Because if she knows that she can't fight with the urge to kill, and she needs to feed on killing of others to stay alive, because otherwise she would die mentally, then exploiting the times of war when people kill each other is actually smart and very, I would say, even a responsible way to deal with her situation.
Now would you look at that?
So, back on your feet again, aren't you? Good, because there's plenty of work ahead of us. Do you think you can handle it? Leading the troops, I mean?
Why wouldn't I? I can.
Yeah, I can.
Good. At least all that explains why your aura has always felt so strange. You're not human. At least not entirely.
I guess I'm not. I don't feel any different.
Well, my Shaper blood obviously doesn't show. And I don't really feel any different than other humans do.
How do you know? You ever been one? Either way, we'll find a way to get your mother back. What that fucking bastard did will not go unpunished. Trust me on that.
So I guess that means you're staying.
Yeah, you guessed right. At least for now. You're not the only one with an interest in seeing the purity of light have their fucking stakes shoved up their own asses. Now we should probably get back to planning. There's plenty of things we need to do if we want to get Greyfell back from that fanatic.
Right. I'll see you around then.
You will. Huh?
Never mind. I'll be going.
This is Angar. This is this guy.
Let's see.
Talked, Iskrim and Gore.
Tahar, may I help you with something?
Goodbye.
Okay, nothing here.
Now would you look at that?
Huh? Best you talk to Ulfric. He's good with words. I'm good with the anvil.
Okay, Gore is here. One hour and probably a half of talking to my companions.
So you made it after all. Not bad.
You didn't think I would?
No. That sleep you were in. I didn't feel that there was any life left in you. But then again, you always were damn hard to kill to begin with. That new energy inside you, though, that's a different story.
So you can feel it?
That's like standing in front of a bonfire and being asked if you can feel the heat. Yes, Tahar, I can. Anyway, in case you're here to ask, we're staying.
So you'll help me fight the Purity?
You make it sound as though this thing is somehow your responsibility. It isn't. That fanatic, with his idiotic stories of the All-Father's return, is out for all of us. Especially the orcs, or the other members of the dark races. So yeah, the Fire Wielders will stay.
That's good news. Thanks, Gord.
Don't mention it. Anything else? Huh?
About orcish culture.
Back in Bargagor, you told me that you think the orcs should strive to be more. What do you mean by that? Do you consider your culture to be, well, inferior?
Inferior? No, not at all. On the contrary, I'm glad to be a fire wielder, and not a human or an elf.
Why?
Because not so unlike the Shapers, your culture is bigoted, strange. You like to tell yourselves you're more than the animals you slaughter for food. You call yourselves civilized. But in the end, you look for the struggle just as anything and anyone else does. But of course you don't admit to it. You want to be better than that. And the result are lies, intrigue, wars, and assassinations. Their culture is so bizarre that it's almost amusing.
That's true.
Well, you have a point.
I know. So no, I don't consider our culture to be inferior. But we've gone astray. Fools such as Krell was one. They're the reason your race looks down on us. If Zakrak had wanted us to be ever-fighting, ravaging brutes, he wouldn't have given us minds to begin with. Every brawl, every battle, every war has to have a purpose. It isn't something done for pleasure. Yes, it can be enjoyed. But at its core, it is ritual. The most basic one of nature.
In other words, violence and war are good and necessary, but only within measure?
Yes, and it should be learned from. That's where most orcs disagree. They claim to value wisdom, but when asked to choose between words and a club, they always choose the club. And as you see, this is why our culture has stagnated. In its current state, there will never be an orc empire, a great tribe, or the earth-shaking horde Zarek envisioned.
So what you want is to lead your people to a better future.
You make it sound so dramatic. For now, the Fire Wielders are a good start. And by helping you, they will hopefully see that diplomacy and strength don't always contradict each other. After that, we shall see.
Don't you think a life without violence is possible?
Don't you think a world without violence is possible?
No,
Why? Isn't that what we should all aspire to?
we should aspire to a lot of things. But tell me, Tahar, this world has existed for millennia. And has there ever been peace? Lasting peace?
No.
No.
Exactly. And you don't think there's a reason for this? As I said, our very existence is based on conflict. Finding food, not freezing to death. Living means to struggle. Your people, with your warm clothes and banquets, try all in your power to forget that fact. But you can't, because ultimately, there's as much thirst for struggle in you as in an orc. What we orcs believe is that we should embrace it, that we should just face the truth, even if it's ugly. That the ways of nature can't be changed by its creation. It's like fighting the tides.
So, what? Do we just kill each other whenever we feel like it?
No. What we need is a way to channel our urges. Ceremonial battles, arenas. A society that is centered around survival and strength, and gains, rather than loses stability from it. Because if we simply suppress these urges, such as humans, the elves, and the dwarves do, they will at one point only erupt even more violently.
He basically wants ancient Rome. There must be another way.
I get your point, but I'm sure there must be another way.
There isn't. Anyway, where were we?
Did you always have these ambitions?
Did you always have these ambitions?
No.
Then where do they come from?
None of your business, Tahar. Sorry.
All right.
Thanks for explaining.
Well, thanks for explaining.
Sure.
How does it feel to change forms?
What's it like to change form? I've been wondering about that since I met you.
I can imagine. It's exhilarating and strange at the same time. If it taught me one thing, then it's how foolish it is to put the mind above every other aspect of the body. Many people do that, especially scholars or mages.
What do you mean?
Because the shape of our flesh is so much more than just a shell. It defines us. When I take on the form of a wolf, for example, this wolf isn't just me with fangs and paws. It's a different version of myself.
A different version.
Yes. You can understand if you haven't been there. But I guess you could say that when I'm taking on a creature's form, a part of my mind gets infused with that creature's essence. The thirst for the hunt. Thinking as part of a pack, just to name the most obvious aspects. They meld with my mind. When I was young and first started shifting, the creature always dominated. It was like a feverish dream, and I had almost no control over my actions. With time, it got better.
How... Wait, did you ever lose control?
Did you ever completely lose control when you were in another form?
In the beginning, yes. But the Elder always made sure I was in a controlled environment when I did my first transformations.
How do you learn a new form?
How do you learn a new form?
That's complicated. First, you have to understand that creature, observe it, live with it if possible. That can take months, years, sometimes decades. Then there's what we shamans call the first joining. You have to visualize your shift.
How does that work?
I can't explain it. It's like your first bloodshed. It can't be explained, only experienced.
In theory, could you transform into anything?
So, in theory, could you transform into anything? Even say, a wyvern, a dragon?
In theory, yes. In practice, there's no known shapeshifter who has ever done that. Save for old orcish legends, maybe.
Why not?
First off, there aren't many dragons around to study. And even if there were, you aren't likely to survive it. Secondly, transforming into something that enormous, it can be lethal. Our minds, our essence just isn't fit to govern such a massive body. Only some years ago, there was talk of an Ash Reaver shifter who had attempted to morph into a troll. He succeeded, but his heart, the troll's heart, stopped before he could take a single step. So you see why most shifters aren't that eager to experiment.
I understand.
Well, that's definitely interesting. Thanks for taking the time to explain.
Sure.
Regarding this rain,
Regarding this rain you told me about, I
Want to talk about it. I'm not supposed to, but I don't know. I trust you, Tahar, and I've kept silent about this for far too long. Zarek's fangs, this is so silly. Feel like a damn child.
you don't have to.
I'm not forcing you.
Right. Where do I start? Before becoming a shaman, every disciple has to go through a trial. The Iron Trial, as it's called. I told you that I did most of my training in solitude, didn't I? That wasn't true. 5 years after I entered disciplehood, another orc was accepted by my elder. A female named Rain. She was 2 years younger than me.
I thought orcish shamans were all male.
I thought only male orcs can be gifted.
No. It's just that for female orcs, it's even rarer to have magic. Which is why there are close to no female shamans.
How did you get along?
How did you get along?
Well, at first, I was a complete dick to her. I was jealous and feared for my position.
Lol.
However, she never took offense by it. She fired back at me when I got childish, but at the same time never lowered herself to my level. As the years went by, we became friends. And no, there was no courting or mating involved, if that's what you're thinking. She was more like a sister to me, and one who, unlike my true kin, understood me. Those years in the Orcish steppes, they were special. We spent days, weeks out in the wild, doing whatever our elder tasked us with. And though it was hard, there was beauty in that. We just had this connection between us, this trust.
Sounds like friendship to me.
Sounds like friendship to me.
Yeah, friendship. I never had a connection like that again, and I rarely talk about it. The one time I did, the orc I told it to laughed right in my face. He thought it was ludicrous, a male spending time with a female who wasn't his mate. He stopped laughing when I broke his nose.
But something happened. Also good for you. You should have beaten him harder.
But something happened. Am I right?
Yeah, the trial did. The sacred test every disciple has to take before he or she can become a shaman. Our elder sent us both at the same time, which was unusual. But of course I was relieved. There was plenty of talk about the Iron Trial, and I was scared.
How did Rain feel about it?
How did Rain feel about it?
Same as I. Believe me, Tahar, only a fool would have entered into the trial with a smug smile on his face. We knew what was ahead of us.
Okay, what did you know about the trial?
What did you know about the trial?
Rumors. Shamans are forbidden to talk about it. But it was known that only half of those who take it return at all.
So, what happened?
So, what happened?
Zarek's fangs. I can't believe I'm telling you this. I'm breaking my oath.
Don't do anything you would regret.
Don't do anything you'd regret later.
I won't. We weren't told much about the trial. Only that we'd have to venture to a cave, far up in Barga Gore. They also didn't tell us how to get there. Only that Zarek would guide us. And he did. After a week of traveling, we found it. It was a strange place, Tahar. I saw that right from the beginning. The entrance looked like a mouth, the rocks surrounding it like the bones of an old, forgotten beast, and the stalagmites like hundreds of teeth. But of course, we went in. We had to.
What did you find?
A giant hall. It was as mesmerizing as it was unsettling. There were murals and carvings all over the cave walls. Old glyphs that I'd never seen before.
Shaper glyphs?
Shaper glyphs, maybe?
No, not Shaper. They looked as if the Guardians themselves had carved them into the rock.
Interesting. What else was there?
Interesting. What else was there?
Nothing. That's what baffled me. Apart from those murals, the hall was completely empty. And for some reason, the ground in that hall was completely smooth, like polished stone. There were braziers, one in each corner of the hall, and they were burning brightly. Rain was as confused as I was. But nonetheless, we entered the hall. And that's when the trouble began. Because all of a sudden, the exit was gone. No magical noise, nothing. Just in that moment when we looked the wrong direction, it disappeared. And instead of it, we were looking at another wall.
How is that even possible?
How is that even possible? Maybe it was an illusion.
That was our first thought too, but it wasn't. That new wall was as solid as every other rock in that hall.
What did you do?
Strange. What did you do?
Well, after we calmed down a little, we assessed our situation. We figured that this was the Iron Trial, and that it was our task to find another exit. So we started looking. But it was pointless. There was nothing. We couldn't even hear the wind anymore. For the next 14 days, we were trapped. We couldn't make that wall disappear, and no matter how long we studied the glyphs, how long we prayed, nothing happened. On the 5th day, our provisions had come to an end, save for half a skin of water and a handful of jerky. On the 8th day, it was all gone.
Blazes. How did you survive?
I'm getting there. As you can imagine, the thirst was the worst. It drove us mad, and we searched every corner of that goddamn hall for just a drop of water. Not that we hadn't looked before, but as you know, hope dies last. Have you ever had thirst, Tahar? Real thirst?
No.
No.
And hope it stays that way. I'd rather bleed out on a pole than experience that again. On the 11th day, Rain and I were puking our guts out. Our skin had literally started to crack, and I felt as if I was burning from within. On the 12th day, we were only an inch from death. That's when the dream came.
A dream?
Yes, a shared dream, almost like a vision. We were still in that hall, Rain and I. but we were out of our bodies, floating like spirits. At first I thought we had died, then I saw what was different. The floor was full of blood, and that blood was burning. The murals and glyphs had started moving, twisting, like shadows dancing on a wall. That's when I first understood what they were depicting. For some reason in the real world, I'd never been able to.
What did they depict?
It showed what was expected from us, what we had to do to get out. Sorry this isn't easy. I've dreamed about those weeks ever since. But telling someone, it feels bizarre.
I suspect they had to kill each other. We can stop.
If this is too hard for you, we can stop.
Nonsense. I started, so I might as well finish. Zarek demanded a fight. Either one of us died by the hands of the other, or we would die there together. The Iron Trial. We were never both meant to pass.
Truth be told, that doesn't surprise me.
Truth be told, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. And it shouldn't have surprised me either. But for some reason, I don't know. He had known Tahar, our elder, our master. He had known that it would come to this. Yet he still decided to send the two of us out at once.
So you fought each other?
So you fought each other?
No. Trial or not, I would have rather died than done that. And that's precisely what I told Rain. A god that demands a man to kill his own sister is not a god that deserves worship by anyone. But Rain wouldn't have it. She claimed that if both of us died, both of our lives would be wasted for nothing. I got angry and asked her if she meant that she wanted to fight me. She said no.
I don't understand.
She wanted me to kill her. She told me that she was already too weak to make it down the mountain anyway, but that I could still make it. Believe me, Tahar, if there had been any strength left in me, I would have punched her just for suggesting it.
Did you ever consider sacrificing yourself?
Did you ever consider sacrificing yourself?
No. I know it makes me sound like a coward. And maybe that was part of the reason why I didn't. But the sane part of my mind still believed that there had to be another way. That all this was just some cruel joke. And the cave we had found maybe wasn't Zarek's after all.
And yet you are here.
And yet you're here.
I am. I should have known before she even did it. She always had to have it her way, no matter the price. It happened when I was asleep. She took my dagger from its sheath, put it into my hand, and drove it through her throat without hesitation. When I opened my eyes, her blood was already all over my face. And as if Zarek had been watching all along, the wall disappeared. No noise. Just like that. The wind was back, and it was raining outside. The first time in months. I like to think that she saw it before she died.
Did you make the descent?
I did. There were berries in a mountain goat that had been hit by a rock slide, right next to the exit. It was so absurd I almost had to laugh. When I got back to the Elder's shack, I screamed at him, then broke down and started to cry. He just listened. In the end, he told me that we had both known what had been at stake. Yet we agreed. Choice and consequence. He made me a shaman the next day.
That's cruel.
That's cruel.
Maybe. But without cruelty, there isn't life. Don't you too send brothers and sisters into battle, Tahar? Children, fathers. You do it because ultimately, You believe the outcome will lead to a world more desirable. It was the same with Rain and me. We wanted to be shamans, Zarek's chosen, and we both paid the price.
Do you blame yourself sometimes?
Do you blame yourself sometimes?
Of course I do. But ultimately, it was her choice, and all I can do to honor her now is to respect it.
I see.
I see.
There's one more thing. Remember when you asked me why I feel the way I do about our culture? Why I think we orcs should strive for more? It's Rain who made me realize that. Most orcs would have fought each other in that cave, to the death. But she didn't. Instead of submitting to her primal instincts, she made a sacrifice. One that I could have made too, if I hadn't been such a coward. Blazes, it feels strange to have told you all this. But, I don't regret it.
Well, thanks for trusting me with this, Gore.
Let me have some time for myself right now, all right? I need to think.
Wait.
Huh?
You said you know where we can find more allies.
You said you know where we can find more allies.
Yes I do. I'll make it short. The Ash Reavers have invaded the foot of Barga Gore. If we defeat them and their leader, like we defeated Krell, their soldiers will join us.
The Ash Reaver.
The Ash Reavers. I'm guessing that's another orc tribe.
Yes, you already met them, back at Farland's Hope. They are a very violent tribe. A lot like what Krell wanted the Fire Wielders to become. And they are nomads. They never stay in one place for more than a couple of moons, which is why their city is basically a movable fortress.
Sounds simple enough.
So we head back to Bargagor and defeat them. Sounds simple enough.
Well, yeah. Except for one thing. Kagan, the Ash Reavers chieftain. I think this invasion is about more than gaining new territory. It's personal. He despises me. And that's putting it lightly.
Why? Because you kill Krell?
No. It's more complicated than that. Do you remember the story about my trial? About Rain?
Yeah, I do. You took the Shapeshifter's trial together, and she sacrificed herself so that you could live.
Yeah, she did. To get to the point, Kagan is Rain's true brother. To this day, he thinks that I killed her.
Did you ever try to tell him the truth
Did you ever
story?
try to tell him the true story?
We only met once. And yes, I did try to talk to him. It ended in a fight which I won. That disgrace only added to his hatred. And truth be told, that was my last attempt to convince him. I knew it was fruitless. Our tribes lived weeks of journey from each other. And, well, the memory of Rain's sacrifice is painful enough for me as it is. I just wanted it buried. Somewhere in the dark corners of my mind where I'd never have to face it again. Which, as you can guess, didn't work. I still have nightmares.
And that's why he invaded Bargagor?
I see. And that's why he invaded Bargagor.
It must be. Bloodthirsty as the Ash Reavers are, there is no reason for them to start a war with the Fire Wielders, especially now that we unified them. He must have heard that I'm behind this, and that rekindled his hatred for me. In other words, we need to stop him, and as fast as possible. According to one of my sources, the Purity is also planning to start an attack on Bargagor. The Fire Wielders should be able to hold them at bay, but not if they have to wage war against the Ash Reavers at the same time.
The Purity started getting the orcs.
Why is the Purity attacking Bargagor?
Isn't it obvious? To eradicate us. Just like the Dark Elves, we orcs are a creation of the renegade gods. So we aren't even given the chance to repent. The Kane's war doesn't stop in Northander, Tahar. He plans to take on the entire world.
I see. So we return to Bargagor and drive him back.
So what's the plan? Return to Bargagor, drive back the Ash Reavers, and kill Kagan?
If all else fails, yes. We will kill him. For the sake of my people, and for our cause. But he's Rain's last living kin. So I want to first try reasoning with him instead. There must be a way to convince him that I'm not a liar, that I didn't kill his sister.
All right. I'll tell you when we head out.
Yes, Chieftain Czar already left before you woke up to get an idea of the situation. I know time is sparse, but we should leave as soon as possible. And thank you, Tahar. I appreciate it.
Got it.
And I still didn't finish talking to everyone.
Just give the word.
Yes? Hey, everything is again not unlocked.
I'll take a look.
Interesting.
Oh, great. Another one. How often do you want me to tell you? I'm not a spy, and I'm not with Purity.
Wait, you're their leader, aren't you? Corporal Tahar.
Yes.
Well, then maybe you can tell these fools to let me go. Blazes, I knew it was stupid to take that job.
So, what are you?
So, who are you, and what are you doing in Farland's Hope?
As I told this bloody brute who captured me, I'm just a courier, and someone paid me to deliver a message to a Corporal Tahar. I had no idea it was the Corporal Tahar, and had I known, I would have told that guy who gave me the job to sod off.
Who hired you?
Who was it?
Well, he was wearing a hood, so he obviously didn't want to be recognized, but he had a brown beard, was about your height, and had, I don't know how to put it, a certain sadness in his eyes.
But he didn't look dangerous and paid good coin, so I took it.
Uh-huh. Show me the message.
Can I see this message?
Oh, Finally, someone who asks. Yes, it's in my coat pocket, and no, there's no poison in there to kill you.
Let me see. A meeting in Everlight. From a friend.
A friend, you see? Can I go now?
Not yet.
I'll think about it.
What the blazes? What's wrong with you people? What do you want from me?
As I said, I'll think about it. Just stay put.
As if I had a fucking choice.
You again. What do you want?
Thank you, Corporal. Thank you. Now, don't get me wrong, but I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Do you think your guards will let me through?
They will. Stay safe.
I'll try.
Understood.
I wonder
That way.
if
Alright.
I was on different instance of the map before and I will find something
Sure.
new now.
Sure.
Oh, enemies.
Whatever's necessary. Understood. A golem. Don't let down your guard.
It will be bloody.
A golem.
I'll make it quick. There we go.
I guess free materials. But it looks like all the hidden chests and stuff I already discovered before during the battle.
Sure.
They will burn.
Prepare yourselves.
They will fall.
You got it.
Got it.
Will do. Got it.
Oh, very shiny here. Master of Life and Death healed.
I understand. That way. All right.
That way?
That way, that way, that way, that way.
Sure.
As you want.
La 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 la.
Understood.
Sure.
Of course. I'll be swift.
On the
You read my
door.
mind. Take them down.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
I understand. Of course.
Got it.
Ugh, I'm dead.
You picked the wrong enemies.
I didn't even know that I can discover Mulan there in its glory before the battle that we had. I am not discovering Gremlin when I can be.
Sure.
Will do.
Sounds like a plan.
As you want. Understood.
Oh,
Jaw's breath. We're in for a fight.
We'll make short work of them.
They won't stand a chance. Prepare yourselves.
They will.
That way. All right.
I'll do what's required. As you want.
Understood.
That way?
Understood.
You got it.
Sure.
Let us see.
Hey, what? I
We should
just...
take a closer look at this.
I didn't know this worked like this. I just got a chest for no reason. Free chest!
Now would you look at that?
These look like portals also. These are godstones, but those look like doorways.
I'll be swift.
Sure.
Of course.
You got it. That way?
I'll do what's required.
Got it.
Sounds like a plan.
Will do.
I understand.
I'll make it quick.
Woman!
I understand.
Black
It will be
Panther!
bloody.
Will be bloody, no shit. This is where we were ambushed
That way?
before.
You got it.
I'll be swift.
Sure.
Understood.
Got it.
Uh, 2 hours of only talking to companions and 15 minutes of running around the map. Looking for something useful. I wonder why on one side there is so many discovered grounds. But on the other, there's nothing. So this entire section is inaccessible, I think.
Sounds like a plan. Get ready!
You picked the wrong enemies. What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
I discovered something new. Money.
As you want. Understood.
Ooh, shiny. More shine.
Barren. Interesting. So Mullendeer's watering system didn't extend all the way up to here.
Oh,
You got it.
some monsters I shouldn't be happy to meet.
Whatever's necessary. That is
We'll make short work of them.
You read my mind.
All right, here goes nothing. Get ready!
Careful.
That way?
Sure.
They won't stand a chance.
Don't let down your guard.
You picked the wrong enemies.
Tiara's breath. What was that thing?
As you want.
I don't know what was that thing, but it was scary. It never occurred to me to go around Mulandir's map.
I'll be swift.
Maybe I should have.
All right.
Here we go.
I'll make it quick.
Let's see.
Of course. I'll do what's required.
You got it.
I'm pretty sure this area was reachable. Ah!
Whatever's enough. We're in for a fight.
We'll make short work of them. They will burn.
Hey, no reward. Cheap.
Sure.
Okay, I guess now I'm satisfied. Because there's no way to reach this area.
What do we need?
Oh.
Understood.
Huh. Interesting.
Going back to Molandir. Let's see if anything changed in regard to the crafting. Um, okay. Oh. Okay. Iskrim. Affliction silent. Apply silence to enemy. Huh.
There we go. Thanks to her.
Oh, better armor. No problemo. Ooh, he looks evil. But I guess that's his charm. Final breath. Why'd I have 2 of those? So we crafted a bit of stuff that we needed to craft. Now where to go? World map. Where should we go? Where should we go first? Where should we go first? Where should we go first? So many. Hey. So many side missions. Maybe you should check what is happening in Old Halayash, whatever that place is. Corrupted Hearts. The closest from us would be Foot of Bargagor, but I don't want to go there. Why? Because I would have to fight another chief of orcs and it's exhausting. When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an expert's enthusiasm. Like most Hibernian cities, it was built on the backs of slaves. Rochen by Ice Cream Co.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an explorer's enthusiasm. Like most Hibernian cities, it was built on the backs of slaves.
Look, up ahead. I think that's them.
Not saying you are wrong, but maybe now wasn't the best time to cause turmoil among your people, don't you think?
There was no way I could have known this would happen.
Maybe not. Maybe you could have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Seems your allies have arrived. You're Tahar, aren't you? Silverhand is pleased to meet you.
Careful, Tahar. This man's aura is overwhelming.
It is indeed, but that doesn't mean he wants to harm you.
What was that?
What was that? Did you just... He did. He's a dreamweaver, Tahar, just like me. But don't worry, it does not mean he can read your thoughts. All he can do is transfer them to you, just as I can.
Silverhand couldn't have put it any better, young lady.
Thank you for the follow, Kami Yap. How are you today? Who is he?
He?
Him. Silverhand. The man you were talking to.
Okay.
He's speaking in first person to himself. Who are you?
Who are you?
Just call him Silverhand. Most people do. He's a friend of the elves, you might say. Particularly of the brown blood Moorhere kind. And he's here because his friend Varden Merilith told him they had gotten themselves into trouble once again. Arlen Finrior, the first scryer of Lathwen, has disappeared.
Ran off? I think that's a better way to put it. But let's talk in the outpost. Follow me.
Hey! Hey! Calm down!
All right. So, where do we begin? The corruption hit again, harder than before.
But why? We cleaned the pools, didn't we?
You did, yes. But as it turns out, that was only temporary. After you left, the corruption came back with a vengeance. So far, we have lost over a dozen hunters to it. Then, one night, Arlen Finrior ran off, just like that.
Why would he do that?
Well, he left a note. To cure the corruption.
There's more to it, though. Silverhand hasn't told Varden yet, but he can feel it.
I see. So you're here to find Arlen, is that it? And that's what you need our help for?
Yes, despite Silverhand and his mages, the jungle turns out far more perilous than anticipated. There's corrupted, there's those beasts, and there's purity, as they like to style themselves. Silverhand would call them self-important blockheads.
So what do you need us to do?
The same you did in Leafshade. Find the cause of the corruption and end it. And, of course, find Arlen if he's still alive. If we don't settle that matter, we don't have a choice but order the troops we provided you with back to us.
Not to mention that the corruption might spread, which, after this land just lived through the Bloodburn, would be an unfortunate development indeed.
What is the Purity doing here?
Any idea what the Purity is doing here?
None. They seem to be peaceful, as far as that can ever be said about them. Maybe you'll find out.
Fine, I'll see what I can find anything.
Alright, I'll scout the jungle for traces of Arlen and the source of the corruption. You stay here and make sure your camp is safe.
Good to hear. Thank you, Tahar. I mean it. We'll hold our position.
Though Silverhand might reach out to you every now and then. We shall see.
Fair enough. Stay safe.
Okay, outpost.
What do you require?
So, that man can talk in our thoughts.
So it seems. He's a dreamweaver, like Iana.
Huh. Scary.
I'll be swift.
Sure.
Oi, oi.
An abomination. Kill it.
Abomination! I don't like this.
More fighting. Does this never end?
I'm injured.
I'll keep you. Shielded.
They killed one of our heroes!
Come on. Don't die on us now.
Yeah, don't die on us now. Die another day.
All right, here goes nothing.
Fuck. Danger up ahead.
As you want.
I don't like this.
You got it.
Oh,
Now would you look at that?
there's someone here.
What the blazes? Who are you? Are you with the white robes?
I'm with the elves. Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm just a collector. Eden's the name. Eden Darrell.
Tahar. What do you mean, a collector?
I think he's a treasure hunter.
Well, I guess you could say that, aye. See, if you know where to look, these ruins are a gold mine. Though those purity folk and that bloody fog down south haven't exactly made my job easier in recent days.
Any idea what the purity is doing here?
Any idea what the purity is doing here?
Not really, but if I had to guess, I'd say they're looking for something too. Got plenty of their folks digging through the ruins.
Can I take a look at those treasures of yours?
Can I take a look at those treasures of yours? I have coin.
Oh, you mean? Ah, sure, why not? Take a look.
Might of the Giants, halved. This looks important, to be honest. It's a quest item.
That's the way. Alright, why not?
Spideros!
Prepare your... So much blood. They won't stand a chance. I'm injured.
Got it.
What?
I'll make it quick.
Did someone just explode spiders?
Will do.
Oh, there's another deadly thingy right there.
Get ready.
More fighting. Does this never end? Please!
I understand.
There we go.
I'll keep you shielded.
They will fall. Whatever's necessary.
Sounds like a plan.
Uh-huh.
All right, here goes nothing.
Fucking snake monsters.
Get ready.
It will be bloody.
Is this really necessary?
I understand.
This way, right? Blasted armor.
I gave you new armor. Ah!
Understood.
What's
Fair
this?
enough. Let's do this.
That thing is huge.
Danger up ahead.
You read my mind.
Here we go.
You'll regret this.
All right, here goes nothing. Get ready!
Fine.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Whatever's necessary.
They won't stand a chance.
Need control. You read my mind.
Prepare yourselves.
Here we go.
More fighting. Does this never end?
Died. Finally.
Interesting.
Oh, winter mages, embrace of winter, elves.
Hmm? Blazes. That's a lot of them.
You know?
Fine.
Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Ooh.
Ellen's reins. Did you see that?
The fog killed them. Could that be...
The center of the corruption. Yes, it could be. It emanates the same magical signatures as the pools in Leafshade.
Tahar? Silverhand just sensed something. Death. Are you all right?
I am. We found the source of the corruption. At least, I think so. We'll head back to your camp now.
Oh, excellent.
Was that Silverhand?
It was.
Yay! We found the source of death. Lovely. Should have figured that it had something to do with Hyperion. Old civilizations. It's always their fault.
Silverhand said you found the cause of the corruption. Is that true?
I think so. There's a thick, reddish mist spreading all across the middle of the jungle. It kills whoever walks into it.
Any sign of Arlen?
I'm afraid not. But we saw the purity in the jungle. They seem to be oblivious to what the mist does.
Silverhand sees. Well, they are not our priority right now. The purity will be dealt with once we've cleared the corruption. Be that as it may, it seems they are not getting anywhere without clearing up that mist.
Maybe there's something you and your winter mages could do about it?
No. No, Silverhand cannot. But he thinks there's someone who can.
You don't sound too happy about it.
Yes, well, he is a complicated character, and that's putting it mildly. He's a priest of Nor.
A dark elf?
Yes, but save for him, Silverhand can't think of anybody who could help us otherwise. You'll need to find him and bring him here. He lives in the old monastery.
The old monastery?
The old monastery? What's that?
You don't know. It was once an old cloister devoted to the Guardians, but it burned down in the War of the Six Races. And it's deserted now, save for a few pilgrims and devoted priests who still live there.
Okay, so you want me to convince him to help him?
So I'm guessing you want me to go there and convince that seer to come here.
Wraith. His name is Wraith. But yes, that is what he would ask you to do. Silverhand knows you've traveled far already, but unless you know another way to deal with that mist, Wraith seems to be our only option.
All right, I'll try.
Okay, it looks like this time we're not getting any troops.
Purity soldiers. Huh. Seems that the abominations don't make an exception for them.
I'll save my tears for another day.
Why would abominations make an exception for a vile cultist?
That way?
Alright, why not? That's the way? This way, right? Blasted armor.
Sure.
Danger up ahead! Keep your shit.
I'm injured.
They killed one of our
Wow.
heroes.
They will fall.
All right, here goes nothing. I need help over here. Here we go. Get ready!
All right.
Fair enough. Let's do this. All right, here goes nothing. Here we go. Get ready!
Whatever's nothing. You read my mind.
Let me see.
Got it.
Sounds like a plan. Here we go.
More fighting. Does this never end?
Damn it! I need healing.
Danger
They
up ahead.
will fall.
Fine.
Damn it! I need healing.
You got it.
We leveled up. Temporarily encase yourself in stone and become invulnerable.
Corporal?
I want to look around the map a bit before we go where we are supposed to go.
All right.
I just don't get it. Why don't we simply crush those damn elves? They're heretics anyway.
We're already fighting all of Nortander and the orcs. Making the elves a direct enemy wouldn't be smart.
Probably. Ah, well. Let's just find this goddamn artifact and get out of this bloody jungle.
Yes. Wait. Do you see that?
Oh no! They are attacked!
So they're looking for an artifact.
Whatever
That
shall
explains why
we
the purity
do?
is here. But what are they looking for?
No clue.
Yes?
Sure.
Well, good luck.
Understood.
Sure.
I'll do what's required.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Looks scary.
They won't stand a chance.
Don't let down your guard.
Looks scary. Scary, owie, 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 owie. Scary, owie, scary, owie, 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 owie. Scary, owie, scary, owie, 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 owie. Ba da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Da 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 da. Me me me. Scary wowie wowie wow wow wowie 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 wow.
Fair enough. Let's do this. I understand. Here we go. Prepare yourselves.
It died. Was a tragic death. Rest in pieces. Rest in pieces.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh.
This way, right?
Oh. That's a huge fire. I didn't want to go that far. I wonder if Purity managed to kill that big creature. I doubt it. Aqueduct.
That way? I'll be swift.
There is another temple here. Well, there is only one of them left.
Blazes. That thing is huge. Whatever's necessary.
Danger up ahead.
You'll regret this.
It will be bloody. I'll make it quick. Fair enough. Let's do this.
You read my mind.
I understand. They won't stand a chance.
Control. Need control.
I'll make it quick. It will be bloody. I understand.
That's the way.
Oh, shiny! Shiny!
Will do.
Of course.
I suspect there will be purity soldiers. Purity soldiers if I go further.
Understood. Got it.
Oh, shiny.
Watch it. Purity up ahead.
Bye. We don't want to say hi, purity soldiers. Here too.
Sounds like a plan.
Looks like this entire
way, right?
area is already purities. And this is the bear we met
Blasted,
before.
blistering blazes. What the heck is
A bear. Never saw a huge bear.
All right, here goes. Fair enough. Let's do this. Get ready.
I love it being confused. It will just let us kill it.
I'll make it quick.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
They will fall.
Sure.
blasted armor?
Oi oi.
Looks like an old Northander camp. What would the Crown of want? Here.
General.
I can.
Killed one of our heroes.
Oh, she was trying to say something and she was murdered.
Damn it! I need healing.
Help! Please!
They killed one of our heroes.
That way?
Well, that was a bad idea.
Fascinating. Simply fascinating.
She was trying to say something and she was murdered. Just in the middle of the sentence. And now I will never know. Wait! Why are you going through here?
Damn it! They killed one of our
Oh,
heroes.
fuck.
Alright, why not?
I'm injured.
That's the way? Sure. Blasted armor. This way, right? Blasted armor. Sure, that's the way? Alright, why not? Help!
They killed one of our heroes.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an explorer's enthusiasm. Like most Hibernian cities, it was built on the backs of slaves.
I didn't look. Where were they going?
Understood.
This is before we killed the bear.
Get ready. Careful, Tahar. We don't want to go in unprepared.
They won't stand a
More
chance.
fighting. This never end.
I understand.
All right, here goes. Nothing.
Danger up ahead.
Fair enough. Let's do this. Here we go. All right, here goes nothing. Get ready.
They won't stand a chance.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
I'll keep you shielded.
Get ready.
Prepare yourselves. Let's see. Will do.
You got it.
Blasted armor.
Sounds like a plan.
Looks like an old Nortander camp. What would the clown have wanted?
General Noria. I can feel his echo. And someone else. Someone powerful.
Huh.
That's the
I'll
way.
be swift. It will be bloody.
All right.
Why there are 3 monsters here at once?
You read my mind. They will fall.
More. Does this never end?
I understand.
I'll keep you shielded.
Whatever's necessary.
Danger up ahead.
Whatever's necessary.
All right, here goes nothing.
Prepare yourselves.
Okay, 1 gone. Let's lure in another one.
I'll do what's required. I'll be swift.
You read my mind.
Fine.
Blood. So much blood.
Got it.
I'll keep you shielded.
I'll make it
More
quick.
fighting.
They won't stand it.
Does this never
They
end?
will get ready.
Fine.
Let's do this.
Prepare yourselves.
I'll keep you shielded.
Whatever's necessary.
Danger up ahead.
Sure.
I understand.
Get ready.
More. Does this never?
What was that?
You read my mind.
It almost sounded like
All right.
something got angry.
Bloody.
All right. Here goes nothing.
Regret this.
Here we go.
Whatever's necessary.
I'll make it quick.
You read my mind.
I'm injured.
Oh. Defeated.
You got it.
Will do.
That way?
She said she felt
Now would you look
General
at that?
Noria here and someone else.
Sure.
Understood.
Oh. Aye aye.
Sounds like a plan.
Very angry looking thing.
We're in for fight.
Prepare yourselves.
Is this really
Careful.
necessary?
Uh-huh. Demon ritual. A strange feeling settles in your stomach as you near the ritual bowl, a swarm of insects whirring through your entrails. Light up the ritual bowl facing west. As you light up the ritual bowl, a tingling sensation bolts up your arm, a feeling both peculiar and intimidating. You gasp as a wave of energy takes hold of your body, flooding every corner of your body, then suddenly it's gone.
They won't stand a chance.
They will fall.
I understand.
Danger up ahead.
Get ready!
What? Keep you shielded.
All right, here goes nothing.
Fine. More fighting. Does this never end?
Of course.
You got it. Sure.
Prepare yourselves.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
It will be bloody. I'm injured. Got it.
They killed one of our heroes!
Sounds like a plan.
Sure.
That way?
Will do.
Is there anything you need? That should not have happened.
Sure. You got it.
All right.
They
why not?
will fall.
Get ready.
As you want.
That's the way?
Sounds like a plan.
I'll do what's required.
Blasted hell.
That way?
This way, right?
I'll be swift.
All right, here goes nothing.
I'll make it quick. You read my mind. Let's see.
And it died. Wait, what?
That's the way?
You got it.
Why did it revive? That's not fair.
Got it.
I just killed it. That's not fair. You killed it once already. That's not fair. That monster annoying. How dare he? Not wanting to die. It never happened before. They usually died once and never came back. Was it because we killed it in the ritual site? Do I have to kill it outside the ritual site?
Once an imposing monument to the Guardians, the old monastery was destroyed by a tribe of orcs during the War of the Six Races. Though plans to restore it to its former glory have been voiced by the Crown ever since, it remains a ruin to this day. Instead, every Guardian's clergy pledged to send one priest to the monastery to tend to the pilgrims who still travel there in search of serenity, or sometimes a miracle.
Okay. According to the map, the old monastery should be up ahead. We need to find this wraith, and we need to do it fast. Who knows how fast that corrupted fog will spread?
I couldn't agree more.
Well...
Sure.
Of course. Understood.
Huh. Interesting.
The gates to the Leonidar family mausoleum are sealed shut. The keyhole's peculiar shape reminds you of the sigil of House Leonidar.
Sounds like a plan.
Will do.
Here
Here we go.
Death.
Whatever's necessary.
All right.
For wolfies.
Huh?
I don't like killing wolfies.
Tiara's breath! Help! Someone! Somebody help me!
I'll take a look. You asked for this.
I understand.
Oopsie. Was he supposed to live?
Once an imposing monument to the Guardian,
Was he supposed to
the old
live?
monastery was destroyed by a tribe of orcs during the War of the Six Races. Though plans to
Okay. According to the map, the old monastery should be up ahead.
I couldn't agree more.
Yes?
Shut it.
Of course.
We are going to save the guy again. Even though we didn't succeed the first time.
I'll be swift.
That way?
That way. Kill the wolfies. No, again.
You read my mind. Whatever's necessary. Interesting.
Oh, now we got different rewards.
Tiara's breath! Help! Someone! Somebody help me!
Well, keep you shielded.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Does this never end?
All right, here goes nothing.
By the Guardians. Thank you. That was a bloody close call. You certainly aren't a priest. Are you a pilgrim?
Not really.
Oh. Then what brings you here? Not the best time to travel across EO, I'm afraid.
What were you doing out here?
What were you doing all the way out here?
Me? Oh, just plucking berries for today's meal. Lately, the wildlife has gone pretty crazy, though. I wonder if that has anything to do with this blood burn everybody was talking about a moon ago.
I'm looking for a dark elven priest.
I'm looking for a dark elven priest. Any idea where he could be?
Ah, yes, that Wraith fellow. He's south of the old monastery. But a word of warning, he's not the most talkative of folks.
I see. Thanks.
It's the least I can do. Anything else?
No.
That's all. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome, child. May Hiran's winds carry you swiftly.
Well, at least we learned something.
Now would you look at that?
Shrine of Elen. It shows signs of neglect.
Understood.
Yes? Is someone there?
Oh, you're blind?
I guess I am. But I can still answer your questions, Pilgrim. What have you come here for?
You're a priest of Hirin, right?
You're a priest of Hirin, right?
I am.
What does Hirin stand for?
What does Hirin stand for?
Oh, Hirin is many things. He's the wind around us, the time we live in, the dreams that come to us at night. And he's the one who brings both death and life to our souls. The nomads pray to him, the homeless, the poor, and the elders. He's the god of those who've been lost and who seek solace.
What is his duty?
What is his duty?
He's the messenger. As Aenir, the All-Father, said, Hirin, you will be the messenger who brings them the good and the bad. You shall lead the souls of the dying into the halls of death, and newborn souls to life. Sleep, death, and dreaming, but also happiness and health will be your wares. May they both fear and love you.
On second thought.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, friend. May Hiran's winds guide your feet.
I'll do what's required. As you want.
Alright, why not?
I know I found who I was looking for, but I don't want to talk to him yet.
You got it. That way?
Will do.
Map exploration gremlin unlocked.
Understood.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
There.
Fine.
I'll make it quick. Control.
Need control.
Danger up ahead.
I understand.
Get ready!
More fighting. Does this never end?
Is this really necessary?
They won't stand a chance.
Interesting.
Sure. That way?
They will fall.
You got it.
I'll
Whatever.
keep you.
Here we go.
All right.
All right, here goes nothing.
Let's see.
I'll be swift.
Got it.
Of course.
Huh. Intriguing.
Will do.
Said Henry. There was no way I could have known. We needed to try.
Yeah, it's just like we tried with the woman and her rosaries and that old guy with his crystals.
This was different, boy, and you know it. Galvin's son came here after his fall from that roof, and 3 weeks after coming here, he was able to walk again.
Yes, because his body healed itself. Blaze's father, just think for a change. The Guardians made me the way I am. Do you really think they have been waiting for 17 years now? He sent us a miracle and formed some weird water-selling priest? It's ridiculous.
You're such a cynic. Another traveler. Did you also come for Nathaniel and his holy water? If so, don't even bother. He's a charlatan.
Huh?
Then... never mind.
No. Wait. You people look like you can defend yourselves, right?
Why? What happened to you?
The short version? My father heard stories about a holy priest of Tiara who sells holy water from a holy fountain. but can apparently cure my disability.
It wasn't that simple.
As it turned out, that holy priest was a charlatan. We paid most of our savings for his cleansing water, and of course it didn't do anything. Now we're broke. That is, unless you could help us.
This is not their responsibility, Henry. Thank you for listening, but we should go now.
You know, this is how trying to cure disability of your child ends. Fantasy ablaze. Wait, tell me more.
Wait, tell me more.
But what? Would you rather come back to Mother without a single sodding coin in your pocket? Let that fucking bastard get away?
Watch your language, son. Whatever happened, we are on holy grounds here.
Yes, Father. I know.
What's wrong with Henry?
What's wrong with Henry?
Oh, he has the palsy. He was never able to walk or do any physical labor. Since then, my wife and I have tried everything to cure him, but it didn't work. Though that, of course, doesn't mean we've given up.
Actually, I think it will be better. It's just the way I am, and no amount of holy water and sermons is going to change that.
Come on, Henry, don't say that. The moment you surrender is the moment you lose, as Neathalf always says.
Why don't you talk to this priest?
Why don't you talk to this priest instead?
Well, I don't know. I guess because you can call me many things, but not imposing. I'm an architect, not a warrior like you. Also, it's just a pouch of coin. He tried his best, so did we, and it didn't work. That's just the way the world works sometimes.
Tell me about that holy water.
Can you tell me more about this holy water?
Well, only what I've already told you. It comes directly from a fountain near the old monastery, and drinking it has the power to heal. And yes, I know how this must sound to you, but as I said, there have been numerous reports of people getting cured. Our neighbor's son who fell and broke his back, an old man who even regained sight.
But there's no way of knowing these healings actually happened. And even if they did, it might have simply been coincidence. Alchemy cures diseases like magic does, but not this nonsense.
The boy is more reasonable than his father.
Well, maybe you're right. It did not work after all. But I don't know. This man simply didn't seem like a liar to me.
Alright, I will help you.
Alright. Let me see if I can talk to that priest. Where is he?
Are you?
Yes, we are. That man is in the south. His name is Nathaniel, and he's a priest of Tiara, so you should recognize him. And thank you.
Fine, if you think it helps.
Oh, so this is it. Okay. Let's find this, liar that lies. Lying liar that lies. I mean, they are in fantasy worlds. I guess holy water from holy fountain isn't that much of a stretch, but you know, there are always scammers everywhere. Is he dead? No.
Greetings. Are you Nathaniel?
Yes, that would be me. How may I help you?
I had a chat with an elf called Nihilus. He was here with his son, and he told me that you sold him some healing potion that didn't work. Now they hardly have the money to return to Everlight.
Ah, yes, I remember him. The architect with a crippled boy. He was very generous indeed. I'm saddened the potion didn't work, but there's not much I can do. And yes, I accepted a donation and I gave him a vial of healing water in return. I never specified the amount of said donation.
How do you explain the holy water didn't work?
So how do you explain why the holy water didn't work?
Well, the Guardians work in mysterious ways.
Uh-huh.
We never promise that the water will work on everyone.
Uh-huh.
But it does work, though. Be sure of that. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Uh-huh.
I saw lepers tearing off their robes to reveal a healed body. Blind men seeing the colors of the leaves for the first time in their lives. So how could we deny these soul-seeking help a chance at something so wonderful?
These cases you mentioned could simply be a coincidence.
Yes, I have considered that. But the Guardians work in mysterious ways. All we priests can do is serve them and bring their gifts into this world. Whether they choose to perform a miracle or not is their choice.
Then why were you on this river? Because that looked to me like you were taking the holy water from this river. Why would the elf just hand over his gold?
Wait, you said that the donations are voluntary. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone give up their life savings just like that?
The followers make their donations at their own discretion. Yes, everyone has to make a donation before drinking from the Blessed Spring, but we always ask them to donate whatever they can afford. It is not our intention to destroy lives. Some followers believe that bigger donations result in more grace from the Guardian, and yes, obviously this isn't true, and we do all we can not to perpetuate this misconception. But that does not stop people from doing it.
Are you sure about that? I think I've heard enough.
All right, I think I've heard enough.
Hand over the donation.
Well, your potion didn't work, so Nihilus has a right to get his money back. Hand over the donation.
I see. Well, you do not seem to be someone who would take a no for an answer. So be it then. Here's the money. Now I would prefer it if you left.
Sure.
It really does look like he's taking the water from the river. And I really want to hear his explanation how that water is really healing, because he is the only one that is claiming so. And he sounds very scammy to me. At least he gave it back.
All right, so I talked to the priest. Seems he gave you the real holy water, and it simply didn't work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yes, that is what I expected.
What about the gold? Did you get it back?
I did, yes.
I did, yes. He wasn't too happy about it, but here it is.
Let me see. By Ellen, yes, that's all of it. Look, Father, I told you, the money wasn't lost.
Let's just hope Ellen doesn't punish us for taking from her servants. Either way, I suppose I should be grateful. Thank you, stranger, for dealing with this.
So you're an architect, right?
I guess I am, yes. Why?
This might sound a little odd, but I could use someone with knowledge of elven structures in my camp. It would just be for a while, and who knows? Maybe the mages there can even find a way to help your son.
More holy waters and rose wreaths?
No. Alchemy and magic.
That's an interesting offer. So this army of yours, what do you fight?
All sorts of things. We're just trying to keep the world safe from threats.
That's ambitious. But, I could actually use some good work after spending on all these treatments. Where is this camp of yours? We could discuss the details there.
A long way off. But just meet me at the border and we'll talk there. I can tell you all the details.
Sounds interesting. All right, then I will wait for you at the border. Henry, are you coming?
Definitely.
Is it weird that they find their holy water to be a scam? Even they were very like, holy water? I don't believe in holy water, only alchemy and magic. But this is a fantasy world. The holy water, in quotations, is most probably magical, like blessed by a god, and god is usually magical by nature. I never understood this weird separation of holiness and god and magic. I talked about it before, that it's stupid because in fantasy world, a god is a magical being by default. So you can't really separate their power into holy power and magical power, and the gods are holy power and magic power is something different. I know that some fantasy worlds do, and I know that SpellForce does make some distinction between where magic comes from and where the power of gods comes from, but it doesn't make sense to make that distinction, to be honest.
Yes.
Because gods are magical creature by default. There is no difference between holiness and magic, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm done for today. 4 hours of, well, basically nothing. Like, we didn't move far into the story because I was busy talking to companions for 2 hours. Anyway, let's see who I can read today. Who is on the line now?
Skewered in abject.
Okay, we'll read Aloy is streaming Star Wars The Old Republic, like usual. No, last time they were streaming something else.
We're currently hitting the
Today it's my game. Okay, I hope you enjoyed me going around the map and being a gremlin for 4 hours. And we'll see each other tomorrow. Bye bye!